So back to GST plugins bad now. So I'm going to continue with Open JPEG. We've got Opus, we've got Pango, libqr encode. I don't think we've got that one. No. So let's get that installed. STL2 compact. I think we've got that one. Yep. So let's fetch this. So what we've got here with tests, so we can add that in. Let's run this autogen.sh first. And add the with tests. That option prevents building the QR encode executable, removing the need for libpng. So we've got that. We'll leave that in and build the package. Build some documentation, and the test must be run after installing the package. So install, and if you built the optional documentation, install it with that. And to test the results, if you pass the test options to configure, run make check. Okay, that's libqr encode, just adding that to the spreadsheet, and that's complete. So next we've got SBC, I think we've got, yep, Valgrind Vulkan loader. Yep. GLSLC. Don't think we've got that one. Nope. So let's do that one next. GL slang. So we've got that one. And Spurf tools. Yeah, we've got that as well. So we can install this. So first allow building with system GL slang and Spurf tools. Now install GLSLC by running the following commands. There's no other information or options. And copy the binary to user bin. And that's done. Shader C. Right, so it's GLSLC from shader C. And then we've we've got Wayland, we've got GT324 must have been compiled with Wayland support, which it has. Let me check that we haven't got to rebuild that. I'm pretty sure we haven't. No, not at all. X265 have got ZXING. That doesn't sound familiar. No. ZXing. Copy link. So it's just a case of copying and pasting the commands. Okay, that's built. Install it, and it's done. So that's in the spreadsheet. We'll shut that down, and we're ready, I think, for GST plugins bad. Let's see which ones. Yep, I haven't downloaded this yet, so let's get hold of it. So, to test results. Okay, I'm just saying that 2 tests might fail if we haven't got the GST plugins good installed, which we have. Oh, runtime dependency OpenCV not found. That's interesting. We've gone to all that trouble to install it with the additional modules as well. Right, I wonder if I need to double check that. That should be right because A, it built correctly, and B, that file name's the same as that one. So I'm gonna just stop this a moment. OpenCV underscore contrib. Yeah, OpenCV contrib dash 4.13.0. So, and there's the modules directory. So I'm not really sure why that didn't get built. Or it probably did, but why it's not being recognized by GST plugins bad. Let's start this again. So let's have a look at these on options. Open CV. So there is only one value, and that's auto by the looks of it. Right. I might try, I don't know if this will work or not. Let's try doing -d open CV equals true. No. Oh, enabled, right, okay. So we can coerce it into building with it. No, it still hasn't found it. Try package config. Is there a separate install for those modules? No, there isn't. Right, I'm going to have another go at building this to see if they did actually get built. Open CV. So make the build cd build, and we're looking for open CV configure command. So with the -d open CV extra modules path equals ... open CV modules. Right, I better actually expand it, which I know I did last time. So -xvf open CV. Right, this has got to be done in the root. Contrib. Right, let me change the build, and that command is looking for a path in the parent directory called OpenCV. Yeah, contrib, yeah, is there. Modules. So that's all correct. Right, so let's see what it's put out here. OpenCV modules to be built, Aruco. Right, let's have a look at OpenCV modules. Aruco, yeah, that's one of them. BGS EGM. Yeah, so it's definitely there. So let's have a look at Aruco source. So there's 4 CPP files in there. Okay, so let's build that and see if they actually do get compiled. In fact, let me stop that a minute. Find Aruco. Yeah, Aruco on its own. Let's try. Where is Aruco? Right, okay, find / minus name. So yeah, there it is there, a library called, or a directory called Aruco, and there's an include file there. So it's definitely been installed into the system. So I don't think I need to, yeah, that's a directory. I don't think I need to install this again. I don't know what type of file that is. Python script. Yeah, so there's definitely something there. And the other one, which is an include file. Oh, and there's a file actually there called Aruco. Oh no, sorry, that's the remnants of the. Yeah, I don't want to do that, don't I? Of the file that was there before, HPP. So there, text. Aruco calibration. Yep, so I'm happy that that is installed. So it's why, the question is why doesn't GST plugins bad see it? Right, let's run this again. So extract GStreamer. No, not that one. GST plugins bad. Right, let's see again. Right, so it's definitely not found it again. Just wait for this to pause. It was pausing before. Yeah, that point. Let's go back and look at the. So that's Windows stuff. Missing parameter. Found package config. Everything else it's found. Didn't find awk, but that's just like another module that's not part of. Oh, wait a minute. OpenCV4 found. Right. Is that what it is? Oh, yes, it's a newer version. Right. So it was looking for an older version of OpenCV first, so it has found it. It's not an issue, it's just me not paying attention. Right. Okay. GL headers subproject. Okay, so let's run Ninja and wait for this to finish then. Right, that's built. We can run some tests. Right, we've got a few errors there. There's 5 here. None of them are mentioned, so I'm not sure why that is. VA API. It could be to do with the VA API. Maybe this GPU hardware hasn't got that sort of acceleration, possibly, which could explain why I'm getting the odd error with some of the sort of graphical packages, the packages that deal with or interface with the hardware side of things. But it's, touch wood, so far it's only exposed itself in tests, but not in any application that I've run so far. Obviously the GUI is working fine. We've had GIMP build and run, same with Inkscape, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem, hopefully. So I'll carry on, and if I do start to see funny things happening and maybe something I need to investigate more. So that's built and installed. GST plugins, bad. That's on the spreadsheet. I can shut that down now. Back to GTK. Yeah, I was thinking, I think this is where OpenCV has got a GTK3 dependency, and I decided to build GTK4 at the same time as GTK3. So I think we've come back to the GTK4 path. So that's probably why OpenCV is basically irrelevant now, because we've built it with everything that we need. So for now, I may as well get rid of it, actually. I'll take it Frail needed it. Yeah, so there's no point in keeping that there. I'll just carry on with GTK4 and then carry on with, obviously, FFmpeg. And looks like local search, for whatever that reason that was there for. So let's do some more searching. GDK pixbuff. Yep, that's been reinstalled. Graphene. Yep. ISO codes. Yep. libepoxy, I'm sure that's in. Yep. librsvg, libxk common. Pango PY object when protocols, Adwaita theme. I think we did that one. Yep. GST plugins bad, we've just done. Oh, right. Oh, yes, of course. Yes, this is where we've got to. So GLSLC, we've just done just a short while before the GST plugins. Yep, that's done. GST plugins, good. We should have already done. Yeah, just a rebuild after Qt6. High color icon theme, I think we've done that one. High color. Yeah. Falcon loader we've done. Vahi we've got. Color D. Yep. Cups, DocuTools, events. Right, we didn't install that one. There must be a good reason for that. GTK. Right. Was I frightened off by the fact it might have involved some GNOME, or was it the fact that GTK wasn't yet installed? I'd say that most of these we've got installed. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, I think we can probably have a go at this. G settings, desktop schemas, right, we've got that one. GTK3 ITS tool. I think we've done that. Yep. Lib handy. Right, we haven't got that one. GTK3 without that. Yep, got all this. Lib handy. So we can build some documentation with this one. So we've got a warning saying that the minimum version is different by the looks of it, but it is only a warning. So let's now build. And let's do test. Right, this one puts Windows to the screen. And that's all passed. So let's now install. Lib handy. And that's done. So add that onto the spreadsheet. Lib handy. Close that down. And we've got libxml2, open JPEG, gnome keyring. Right, we've got that one. glib, libarchive, libsecret. Yep, got that one. Poplar we've done, cups we've done, gnome desktop. Now is that the one that I was worried about? That could be the one. I think that's going to be a lot of gnome stuff. No, it isn't. It looks okay. We've got this one. I'm sure I'll just check for that. G settings. Yep, ISO codes we've done. Lib setcomp we've done. X keyboard config we've done. GTK3 recommended 4. So we'd have to reinstall this after GTK4 then. Okay, that would not be a problem. Bubble wrap we've done. glib we've got. ITS tool we've checked. Yep, I think we can do this and just reinstall after GTK4. Okay. So what have we got with this one? Right, if you wish to build this package without GTK4 installed, so I'll put that in. And we can build it against GTK3. Don't want the API documentation. It says to enable the installed test, but it says it doesn't come with a test suite, so I'm not quite sure what that means. Unless it does some internal tests while it's compiling or installing maybe, so I'll put that in, see if there's anything obvious. Desktop, this has been the package now. Oh, right, okay, so we can get rid of the desktop false option because we've got ITS tool. So let's try it like that. That's good. So no API documentation, but there is GTK4 libraries. So Ninja, while it's compiling, I'll stick it in the book, in the spreadsheet rather. And rebuild after GTK4. Okay, that's done. That was quick. Sudo -c ninja install. That's done. Shut that down. Back to Vince. Gnome desktop gspell. I think we've done. Right, I thought we'd done that. Have I forgotten to? Oh yes, there it is. It's at the top. GST plugin base. We've definitely got GI docgen. We've done libgxps. Yeah, I think we've done that one. Yep, TIFF text live. Okay, so we're ready to build this. Right. Got some command explanations here as well. So I'm going to create the build directory, create the Meson setup, and look at the options. So wrap mode, no download. This switch disables fetching any dependency. The build system tries to fetch GI docgen even if GTK doc false is passed. Right, so we need that. We don't want the API documentation, so we'll leave the GTK doc false. Gspell to turn off the spell check-in. Right, D Nautilus equals false. It disables building the Nautilus plugin. Use this switch if Nautilus is not installed. Oh, right, okay. So I might want to install this after Nautilus then if I go and do the GNOME desktop, which I think I probably will. So, but for the moment I will need that. Keyring, we've got libsecret. You want to view, right, okay, that's fine. I'll try it without this to see if it complains or if it is intelligent. So what's it say there? Nautilus, oh right, yeah, it's automatically found, or hasn't found Nautilus, so it knows about it. So I'll, did I add anything there or not? No, I don't think I did. Right, so I'll add that as a note to rebuild this after Nautilus. Okay, that's done. Don't want the API documentation, so install that. If you install the package to your system using the desktop method, right, we haven't, so we can just tidy up. And that's events for the time being. Where do we get to? Events, GR.gen highlight, used only by the GTK4 demo. Okay. Right, let's put that in anyway. We can test that. Boost, Lua, Qt for the GUI front end. Okay, so we might want to rebuild that. So for consistency, do not compress the man pages. Build it. Okay, and last thing to do is to install it. There's no test suite. We're not installing the GUI at the moment. And that's highlight done for now. So highlight. Oops. Shut that down. And next we've got SASSC. I think that's been done. Yep. And that's the last one. So kernel configuration. Again, I imagine this will all be done because the default GUI. Oh no, it's not GNOME, is it? It's is it XFCE or something like that in the Raspberry Pi? But I would still expect this to be set. It's needed by the test suite as well. It says so. Secat proc config. Grep. Yep, it is. So let's now fetch the package. GTK4. So we've got a few extras here. Let's create the build directory first. Copy the meson setup and see what we can modify. So Broadway backend enables HTML5. Introspection, cloud providers, we've got that, so we can add that in. Tracker, we've got that. Color D we've got installed. Man pages is true. Says prof, we haven't got Falcon disabled. Use this switch instead of Falcon enabled. Oh, I see. Okay, so we leave that as it is. And no suite headless. Disable test required. Requiring the external dependency PYD bus. Okay, so we need to add that in as well because we haven't got PYD bus. So let's put that there. Or is that? Oh, right, that's part of the test suite. Sorry. Yeah, so that explains why it's in a different place from the other options. Okay, all looks good. Ninja, and wait for that to build. Right, so that's built. I'm not going to build the API documentation, run the tests. And I'm not sure if there's going to be some windows appearing because it does mention if you're in a Wayland session, replace the one occurrence of X11 with Wayland. Right, I'm not sure what I mean actually. I presume it's X11. Yeah, I'm not sure. But the test seems to be rolling along okay at the moment. Okay, so there's lots of windows put up to the screen there. Not good for RSI. I had to click the mouse a lot of times to put them onto the screen. So there's 401 failures there. It does say that several other tests may fail for unknown reasons. We can have a look at the log, I suppose, see just what it was maybe that failed. Failed to create a DRI2 screen. Failed to create DRI software screen, I presume. BGL failed to create DRI2 screen. Okay, I'm not sure why those failures are occurring. So what I might do actually is rerun this with Wayland, see if that makes any difference. It might all crash spectacularly. Oh, there's fewer tests anyway. Oh, right, we're getting errors everywhere, so it probably was at X11 in that case. Yeah, I'll just abort this because it's clearly is X11 we're using. So let's now install this. That's done. Got some configuration. And again, we can put this in system available globally. So let's copy that. Sudo cp-iv home kernotex.config gtk4 settings.ini. In fact, I'll have to, I'll sync this. And that's going to go into user share. And I'll do that as sudo. So if you now look in user share gtk-4, we should have settings.ini, and there it is. And I better change that to root, I presume. So let's do that. Chown sudo chown. Oh no, what was that? Those settings. Oh, that's not good, is it? I'll have to delete this. I've changed the ownership on the wrong item. So let's do rm-rf gtk4 and install it again. Okay, and then I'll sync that. Right, that's better, so I can still read it. Let's see what it was set to exactly. Oh, right, I see. It's because I copied the directory as well, so that's probably right then. So, yeah, I want to probably set that. I should have looked at it before I copied it, really, shouldn't I? Let me delete this again and reinstall it. So it is owned by root, okay, as I would have thought it would be. So copy that. Change ownership of the directory and of the settings. I can't complete it now because I haven't got access to it. Right, so that's better. I think that's it. Yep. So tidy that up. And I've added it to the spreadsheet. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to rebuild anything that uses GTK4 now. As there's a few packages. So the first one I've got is PY-Gobject. So this is a Python module. PY-Gobject. There it is. So let's extract that. PY-Gobject. And if you do not have remove two tests, we have. So we can just copy this. Okay, and run the tests. Well, that looks like that's locked up because the counter's not counting anymore. Oh, it's a window, right. Panic over. Okay, so that's all right. So sudo turn the right window. Right, I've done something there where I've probably searched for it or something. PY-Gobject. So yeah, sudo -e ninja install, and that's done. So that's PY-Gobject. Rebuilt. Right, what's happened here? Let's try this again. Format. Oh, right, okay. Copy that. That's better. So that's been reinstalled. Right, glycine, rebuild after GTK4 to allow testing of the package. May need to log in as root to install. Okay. So let's get rid of that one. Look for glycine. And if installing Xorg into opt, download the Rust crates now, so we don't need to do that. Now backport and upstream change to make glycine able to load XPM and XPM changes. Oh yes, I needed to run cargo vendor first, so this was a bit unclear. And now we can do the patch and then rerun the vendor command. So let's create the build directory and the meson setup. So we've got this prototype, which is not weird. So it's not actually used by anything in BLFS. So this package can be built without GTK4 installed, but it says here that you need GTK4 to run the tests. So I'm going to enable that, remove that to allow the tests to run using GTK4. Glycine loaders. I'll just specify the image loaders to be built. Right, so we need to put in covering. You may also remove. Oh, I see. So these, I presume these are already the ones we've got drivers for. So there's glycine hive image RS JXL SGV hive SRVG. I don't know what RS is. And the other ones for JPEG 2000 and RAW formats, but they're not enabled by default. So does that mean that I just need to specify these in addition? Oh, I see. So I've got to specify all of those. And JPEG 2000 and RAW. Is that the way it's going to work? All right, we've got to say true, have we? These on options. Oh, underscore. Glycine loaders. So glycine loaders has got to be true, and then the loaders option we have to specify I see glycine dash JPEG 2000 glycine dash raw, and as it says, so it's not completely true what it says. The defaults are the 4 it mentioned, so that's why I imagine we'd have to specify all of them. So it's a bit wrong or misleading what it says. So glycine loaders has got to be true or enabled, true by the looks of it, and then minus D loaders equals all of them. Loaders. Let's try without the default ones and see what it responds with. Okay, loaders not allowed. Oh yes, it's glycine, isn't it? Glycine dash JPEG 2000 glycine dash raw. Right, that's better. Yep, so we have got to specify all of them because it's only taken those 2 that are there. So this needs to be updated as well then. So let's put all of these in with the comma. Let's delete that. Right, that's better. So I think now we can do Ninja. Right, so that has finished building. So build documentation with these commands. So that's built. Now let's run the tests. See how this fares. Okay, that's installed. Sorry, tested. I'll install it now. Oh yes, I think I might have to become root to do this one. Actually log in. So, city sources, BLFS, pricing, build. So Ninja, install. That's better. And go back and tidy that up. So that's glycine reinstalled. So the next thing I've got is GCR. Which one is it? Oh, it's both of them. GCR3 for GTK3 and GCR4 for GTK4. So let's do this one first. And extract it. GCR3. Apply fix for building without OpenSSH installed. Didn't say anything about that, but we've got OpenSSH anyway. So I presume that means to build without it. It must be something deliberate for some reason. Because yeah, I'm not really sure about that, but I suppose we'll put it in. There's no explanation about why that would be put in. So before we put in GTK false, we're not going to do that now. And yeah, it looks like we just accept the commands as they are. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any information about that. It's a little bit strange. Right, so that's done. Run some tests. All good. So now reinstall this. And that's done. So that's GCR 3412. So let's put that into the spreadsheet. And that's reinstalled. So the next one we've got is GCR 4. So let's close that. Load up GCR 4.401. Both GCR 3 and 4 co-installable. This version of the package is used to support GTK4 applications such as name shell, etc. So again, I'll just copy and paste the default commands. Okay, that's built, and run some tests. All done. Install that. And that's all done. So I'll just put that in the spreadsheet. GCR4 as being rebuilt. And the next one I've got is GJS. GJS. Oh, I've got the wrong. Now I've got the right window. Let's try that again. GJS. That's better. Right, so. Oh yes, this one errored with the SIGTRAP 5 saying GDK wasn't found. So whether one test fails in GJS ES modules, so whether something different happens here, don't know, but let's extract it and find out. GJS. So there's no other options again. We'll just copy and paste that. Oh right, so yeah, that's because GTK 3 and 4 weren't installed, I imagine. So hopefully we'll get a pass on that this time. Okay, I've just updated the spreadsheet. Let's run the tests. Oh, we've got a window here. I'm sitting there waiting for it. Or it's waiting for me, rather. We're both waiting for each other. Right, okay, that's good. So that shows that when I ran the test before, the failure was because of these two GTK packages not being installed. And we've got a full run through, so reinstall that. And that's it. GJS. Okay, so I've updated the spreadsheet. There's one more to reinstall for GTK, and that's GTK 4 was required for GNOME Desktop, which we did a few packages back. So let's do that. And bring that up. So build this. So we don't need to put the false in anymore. Don't want the API documentation. I'll enable the tests again. Like I say, I'm not sure if they're used as part of the build or there's a mistake here that either this shouldn't be here or there should be some instructions for testing. So I'm not quite sure about that. And remove the desktop docs as well. Equals false. Oh no, without ITS toolbar disabling. Building the package without IT. Oh, I've misread that. Okay. Without, yes, that's right. Yeah, so we have got ITS tool, so I'll remove that. I think I've read that right. Get a bit tired again, so hopefully it's all right. Yeah, everything's set there. So install that and tidy up. Okay. So I'll update the spreadsheet. So freer. Let's expand it. So we've got OpenCV, which we didn't have the first time we built this. So we don't need to add anything else to the commands. Okay, that's finished. No test suite. So install, make install, and that's done. So that's free or reinstalled. Okay, that's on the spreadsheet. So we go back to FFmpeg and carry on checking each one of these packages. So libcdio is there, libdrm is there, JXL we've done, I'm pretty sure of that. Yep. And libplacebo. Okay, that's done. libwebp, that's okay. Open JPEG, I'm sure we've done that. Yep. CTLS, we've got Pulse Audio, I think we've done. Yep. Samba we've done. Speaks, I'm sure we've done. Yes. Text Live. V4L utils we've done. Let's check that though. Yep. Vulkan Loader. Yep, done that. Xvid. Right, we haven't done xvid, so let's do that one next. YASM or NASM, we've got both of those. Xvid core. So there doesn't seem to be any preference as to which the package or the book maintainers prefer to use. So I imagine the program decides that itself. Okay, so let's install it. And that's done. Right, it was just called xvid. Yep. So xvid. .137, and that's done. Next, a graphical environment we've got, and then looks like the rest of these are all external. So we're in a position now, I think, to reinstall FFmpeg. Apply patch. A fix from upstream. And yes, there's a load. I don't remember if there was anything we need to adjust here, but let's check anyway. Free type. So I can see straight away DRM, enable libdrm is not there. So I'll add that in. David is there. libftk AAC is there. Free type, libmp3 name, svt av1, libforbis 264 and 265. Open SSL's not there. So let's add that in as well. Oh yes, there it is actually. Let's see it now. I thought it was unusual that it wasn't there. Ignore tests. Right, there's two that are already set. Enable, disable dock. So that's not there, we don't need that. Enable pulse for audio output. Let's put that in. And enable lib placebo for accelerated color spaces. Okay, let's see how the configure fares with that. Okay, that's completed. need to compile one little C package to start off with for fast start. Oh, sorry, I've done that wrong. We've got to build this first. So I think the safest thing to do is to start again. Okay, put the patch in. Change into the directory first. Running the patch. This said. And then let's rerun the configure. And then run make. Right, that's finished building, so now we can create this other program here. And HTML documentation is built in the previous step. If you have text live, you wish to build a PDF and PostScript versions of documentation, we can do this. Okay, that's done. We can rebuild the HTML documentation, which might be an idea. We'll know that it's actually tailored to the installation that we've created. So just wait for that to build now. And now we can install the package. So let's start with the install itself and do these other bits and pieces. Okay, install the PDF and PostScript documentation. Okay, looks like Docstream's the API documentation, but I guess we can install it means we've created it for what it's worth. And to run the tests, is this the one? Yeah, let's expand the test we should have downloaded previously. Fate Suite. Save having to download them again. And then running this command, it says should synchronize that to make sure it's up to date. Looks like there's one change there. And then run so unpack the sample file and source directory and run the make fate sync command above to sync with the upstream repository. We've done that. The download size and time is drastically reduced by doing this. Estimated values and package information do not include the download SPU. Some samples may be removed in newer versions, so in order to be sure local and server fate samples are identical when you use previously saved samples, run this command. So that looked the same. Next, execute the following commands, faced with the following commands. So let's time this. I can't remember how long it took now. And wait for the test to complete. Okay, we've got a failure there. Test filter earwax failed. So let's have a look at that. Error opening output file, invalid argument. Unable to pass option value N. Oh, that's a bit strange. Oh, I've done it again. This is what I did last time. We need to set the number of threads. So let's change that to 4 and rerun that. Right, so that's finished. A good run, a successful run should return no errors or warnings, just a list of tests. So that looks like that's complete. I just want to check something. I didn't miss something out on the config. No, that's all right. Yep, so that's FFmpeg reinstalled. Tidy that up. And that's in the spreadsheet. So that's FFmpeg. Right. So it leads us back to local search, which we can carry on with its dependencies. So let's look for the next one. Is ICU. We've got libexif. I think we've got. Yep. GXPS. GXPS. We've done that one. Setcomp. Done that one. WebP, I'm sure we've done. Yep. Poplar again, I think we've done. Yeah. UPower. Yeah, we've done that one. ASCII doc. Yep. CMake we've got plugins good. GSF. Right, so libgsf we haven't got. So libxml we've got. GDK pixbuff, yep, we can go ahead with this one. Okay, so we don't want the API documentation, so we don't need to change anything about the configure. And that's done, so make install. And that's complete. And I'll just remove the LA files. Yeah, there's a couple there. So that's libgsf. And the next one we need dbus mock. I think we've done that one. Yep. Totem PL parser. Right, we haven't got that one. Let's see what this one's all about. So glib we've got, libarchive we have. Yep. libgcrypt. We've done CMake doc, GVFS. Right, we haven't done that one. Dbus GCR, I think we rebuilt that one not so long ago. Yep. libUSB we've done, I'm sure. Yeah. Secret. That's done. GTK3 we've done. CDIO, I think we've done. CDIO. We've done GUDev. Yeah, that's been done. libsoup. Right, that can actually be reinstalled because we've done, it says to rebuild after Apache, HTTP, PHP and Samba. And looks like there's another one there we could do again. Exif2, Doxygen Graph is installed. So I might do them after we've done local search, after we've got back to that. So that was libsoup. What else have we got? Systemd, we've got udisks. Right, we haven't got that one. libata smart. So I think we're getting into the GNOME libraries now. Although we've touched on a few of them, I think we seem to be getting buried more into the dependencies for GNOME. So libata smart. Okay, so this is a straightforward build. And looks like we've got another config.guest that doesn't work. No, it's not here. Right, so it looks like that's it there. Build orcs config.gas. So that's 2012, that one. So let's copy again our updated config.gas and put it into build orcs and rerun the configure. That seems to be better. Done. Install it, and that's done. So that's libata smart. libata smart. Shut that down. Next one we've got libblockdev. No, we haven't got that one. So this requires Julia. We've got crypt set up. No, haven't got that one. So Jason C we've got. Yep. LVM2, I'm sure we haven't got that one. No. Okay, we're going to be running out of tabs soon. libaio. We've done that. BTRFS we almost certainly haven't done. No. So I'll have to open that in a new tab, new window. In fact, what I'll do is I'll open this link in a new tab, a new window, and then I can just bring these up a little bit easier. So this requires LZO, which I think we've done, yeah. And right, BTRFS progs needs LVM2. So we'll have to rebuild BTRFS progs after LVM2. NTFS 3G. Right, so this needs some kernel settings. Once again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's unnecessary to change anything. So NTFS. Right, looks like there's nothing set. Oh, set cat might help. That's better. So we've got NTFS3 as a module, which in the book says is fine. And NTFS-FS is not set. So we might want to adjust that possibly. NTFS 3G is only needed if you need the utilities from it, for example, to create or check NTFS file systems. So I'm not really sure if it's going to be necessary to actually rebuild the kernel just for this one setting, which is probably something you're unlikely to use on Raspberry Pi. It would mean plugging in a device that's got an NTFS file system to the Raspberry Pi, or maybe using a disk image with an NTFS file system on it. So it's not as likely that you'd be wanting to access an NTFS image on a Raspberry Pi as it would be on an ordinary desktop where you might actually be running Windows. So yeah, for the sake of installing a kernel, or rather rebuilding a kernel, it's a bit questionable. We'll see what happens. I think if I get some errors when it's compiling that it's expecting that to be set, then yes, I'll do it. But I think I'll just leave that. I'm in two minds, really. Oh, we also need fuse set, which I'm sure that is set as well. I'd be very surprised if that wasn't. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, I really can't make my mind up about this. If I install it, I'm going to have to do reboots if it's needed by the package, which I don't want to do at the moment. What I might do actually is set the config, the make menu, the config, and then if it is necessary to rebuild the kernel, the option's already set, and it will get compiled in at that point. So I'll go to the sources, make menu config. This is probably the best compromise thinking about it now. Go down to file systems, DOS, right down the bottom somewhere. Yeah, exFAT file systems. And it's this one here we want to set. So I'll set that as a module as well. And I'll just exit that. So that is configured now. So let's fetch the package. So what have we got here? Right, don't think we would want to modify anything there in particular. So let's build it. Okay, that's done. So now let's install. That's complete. It's recommended to use the in-kernel NTFS3 driver for mounting NTF file systems instead of NTFS3G. So if you do want to use this package to mount the file systems anyway, you can set these symlinks. So I'll stick with the recommendation to use the kernel software. And there's some information there on mounting NTFS partitions. So let's tidy that up now. And add that to the manual. So NTFS. That's complete. Back to BTRFS, got Sphinx. We've done RTD theme, I think we've done. Yep. And that's it. So again, we need to check that we've got BTRFS system support, which again, I'm sure we would have. So BTRFS. Yep, set as a module. And it recommends that the other options are not set. Following options will be set for running tests. Oh, right, okay. So we need to set the POSIX access control lists. Oh, right, which is already set anyway. So that's handy. We don't. Otherwise, we would have had to have done the recompile to enable the test to be run. So that's good. Let's fetch this package. Extract it. And is there any other options? Nope. Oh, the disabled documentation we can remove because we've got Sphinx. So let's just put that in. Okay, and run make. Okay, build a support program and remove 3 tests that are known to fail. And as the root user tests the results, but it says here if the kernel options mentioned above are not enabled, some tests fail. So then we may get failures because of oh no, it's these ones only, sorry. It's just the NTFS one. So yeah, it should pass actually. And strangely, we've got to run these as root, but I guess it needs to get a low level access. So we've got one test failure there. It says the message may have some information. Let's have a quick look at that while that's running. It's putting quite a lot of information out actually. open C underscore C tree failed. v1 space cache is not supported. Right, have to look that up. Right, there was a couple of errors there. Maybe because the module's not inserted. I forgot to check that. So it looks like it is. So I'm not really sure why that would fail. There was one that did fail because it couldn't find Reza progs FS. Yeah, I can't really explain that, but it will be. It reinstalled this, so it may be the fact that LVM2 will be installed by that time. It does say DM setup is used in tests. That could well be the key to having those tests running. So I don't think it's too much to worry about at this point. In any case, BTRFS is probably something that may or may not be used. So I'm going to install this. If it's passed to say we need man pages installed by running as root, so we should have the man pages. Yeah, we've got them, so that's complete. That's device all resource busy, so there's still something mounted by the looks of it. Right, there's 4 loop devices that are still held there, so let's use low setup to delete them. Let's do them one at a time. No, they're not being removed, unfortunately. Let's try becoming root properly. So it's dev loop 0 1 2 3. No, they're not removing, so that's a bit unfortunate. So the only way they'll get removed is with a reboot. I'm not sure if we can try and force that, but that could potentially cause issues. Doesn't look like there's any force there. Alright, we can do a capital D. Let's try that to detach all of them. Let's do V, see what it says. No, it didn't say anything, but they're still there. So may well have to do a reboot to get rid of them. What I'll have to remember to do when I rebuild BTRFS, if that's before a reboot, is to copy it to a different directory. Else, well, yes, it will cause conflicts because I can't delete the BTRFS directory at the moment because of these files that are held open. Although I've deleted the images, that the low setup -D should be able to still remove the link to the files. And unless there's something slightly different about Beyond Linux from Scratch or Linux from Scratch that's meant that they can't be deleted if the files aren't there, that's a possibility. So I have to remember to rename the source directory when I unpack it next time. So I'm going to mark that in as installed. ATRFS progs. So rebuild after LVM2. Right. So next we've got DOS-FS tools. Again, same as before, I'm sure that these would be in these kernel settings. So MS-DOS FS is, and check the VFAT as well. Well, we know the VFAT's there because the boot partition's a VFAT partition, so it's almost pointless looking actually. So let's fetch this, extract it, and build it. That's done. Make check. All good. So let's install. And that's done. DOS-FS tools. That's in. And JFS utils next. So JFS, again, an operating a file system you're very unlikely to need to use unless you know you've got specific reasons for it. But we'll build it anyway, only for the demonstration of building it. So yeah, again, that's set as a module. Let's fetch the package and a patch. And build it. And install it. And that's done. JFS utils can go in. So next we've got MD-ADM. So if you're using RAID type disk layouts, there are probably better options actually, such as ZFS or even BTRFS, but this is obviously still around. So let's do zcat md underscore for a start. So we've got right, we didn't look for MD, let's look for MD. Let's even config underscore MD. So yes, we've got that set. MD auto detect. I can't see that one set. So it might be something to set. So maybe, yeah, some other options here. Let's try MD underscore Auto, no, it's not set. So there are some options we need to set here. Block dev should be set. Yeah, block dev MD, there it is there as a module, and looks like from what we saw before, the MD RAID is not there. Oh yes, it's set as modules. Okay, so the only one that's not set is the auto detect. So I guess the only way you could boot from a RAID on a Raspberry Pi would be through external drives, which is probably unlikely, possible but unlikely. So I think I'll do the same thing and set that option in the kernel ready for the next time it needs to be installed. So let's I'll check these again anyway. So multiple device driver support. So RAID support is already forced on as a module. Auto detect. Let's look for that. Yep, so it's not set. So let's jump to that one. Right, it looks like it's hidden actually, because it's not actually gone to it. So let's look for that again. Depends on MD is yes, and block dev equal MD is yes, but it's actually set as a module. RAID support, MD auto detect. So there's a reason, I couldn't see from that why it's not coming up, so it's not something we can actually set, which indicates to me there's some other more important thing that's stopping that from appearing and therefore being set. Config DM RAID. Right, there's the 0, 1, 10 and 4, 5, 6 options. Let's look at this. MD underscore auto detect. I wonder if it's because, oh yes, I think it's because block dev MD is set to a module, but if it's to do with booting it would have to be built in, so that's probably why it's not appearing. So if block dev MD was set on, I think this option would appear. So RAID support, oh, and we can't change that because there's something else is forcing that to a module, which is probably this option here itself. No, it's not that one. So something else is forcing that to a module, and that's why the auto detect is not coming up, I think. So I'm not going to investigate that too much. I'm a little bit loath to modify the kernel too much, as it's already pre-configured for the Pi. So we'll leave that as it is. That's the only option that's not set as recommended. Obviously, if it's something you do need or would use, then you may need to play around with that to get things to work properly. So let's fetch this and build it. So fix an arrow with GCC 13 and build. and install it. Okay. So MD-ADM. In fact, there was a section there about RAID. And it gives some information about actually using MD-ADM, how to control it. So that's MD-ADM. Next we've got parted. And again, we've got some kernel settings. So let's just check these. SCSI low level. And once again, I'd expect this to be set. Yep. And debug, maybe, maybe not. No, it's not set. I guess that may be set there to provide information about the hardware for ease of installation. Oh no, sorry, I beg your pardon. It says about tests. If the following kernel module is built. Okay, so it looks like I might need to actually do a reboot, sorry. I really don't want to at the moment. Yeah, I think what I'll do, I'll set the option again. So device drivers, SCSI support, and we want SCSI debugging. Low level drivers. Right, I can't actually see that there. Oh, is that it there? Debugging host and device simulator, right. So I'll set that as an M. Saving on new configuration, yes. And what I'll do is I'll build this, I think. I'll install it, but I'll leave the sources here and then come back and run the tests after the reboot. I'll make a note to come back just to ensure that those tests work. So let's fetch this now. So again, make the package compatible with GCC 15. We've got any options? Add this parameter if not installed LVM2. Oh, so we've got to reinstall it anyway then. So configure and disable the device mapper. Okay, compile it. Make some documentation and And we can also create some PDF and PostScript documentation. As the root user run make check. So as I say, expect some failures here, or maybe skips even. By the looks of it, there's quite a few being skipped. Okay, there's quite a few skips there. I'm wondering if I became logged in as root, if that would make any difference. Let's try it, because those tests didn't take too long to run. No, there's still quite a few there, so that must be the kernel module that's the issue there. Oh yes, it's saying skipping tests because of the SCSI kernel module on a lot of them. Okay, so while I'm here, I'll just install this and the optional PDF and PS documentation. Okay, so that is parted, and oh, did I have to rebuild MDADM, didn't I? No, perhaps I didn't. I thought I did for some reason. So, parted, rebuild after LVM2. Valgrind we've got, which we've got XFS progs, I think we've done. Yep. So I think we're ready to build LVM2 now. So let's fetch this. Extract LVM2. Right, loads more settings that need to be checked for. So let's start with block dev. I imagine that would be set. Yes, it is there. It is there. So dev ram is set. MD we've already seen is set. Block dev DM. Can we sort this? Block dev DM is a module. Crypt is not set. Okay, so it looks like I might need to go in and change these anyway. DM snapshot, I can't see that one. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at block div. Right, so I need to look for config underscore DM underscore. So DM crypt is set, snapshot is not set, thin provisioning is set, DM cache is set, mirror, 0, and delay. So there's one or two options there. And Magic Sys request it recommends as well. That's probably set as well, I would have thought. Yeah, it is. So again, I think I'm going to set these options that are missing. Right, block dev. I didn't check the RAM support, but I think that would be set. Block dev RAM support. Right, let's search for it, be quicker. Dev underscore RAM. Yes, it is set. Okay. So if I go to the multiple drivers, so device mapper support is set. Crypt target is set. Oh, it was set. All right, must have looked. I missed it. Thin provisioning, cache target, mirror target, 0 target, and IO delaying target is set. Okay, they are all set. I just didn't read the screen properly. So that's fine. So install LVM by running the following targets. We've got any other options here? There may be. Let's copy this and just cross-reference these. Enable command lib package config udev sync device mapper event daemon. So that's not set. Wonder if there's any other information about that. Wrong one. Control F. So it's just an additional program that could be used for something. So let's add that in. Okay. So it says thin provisioning is limited because some tools are missing. So then maybe the external options that are not installed, and same for the cache. Yeah, so it looks like that's what that's warning us about. So let's run make and build it now. Right, that's done. It says if you're installing LVM for the first time, do not want to install the full package before running the test. Install a minimal set of utilities. So I'll do that because I don't really want to install something that hasn't really been tested properly if can help it. And this has got to be done as root. So let's do one of these at a time. udev install and libdm install. Okay. The test needs the ability to create and remove device nodes in the temp directory. On system D systems, the default is to mount temp with a no dev option, rather than disabling this behavior permanently, since it does have valid security reasons to be doing this. Remount the file system temporarily as root. So let's do that. As the super user. To test results, issue that. So let's start that running. Right, and that should be run as root. Okay, so there's 22 failed there. It does say here about reasons why the failures may occur, and given that the package is not completely configured or installed in terms of maybe it's supporting the kernel drivers, that's not too unreasonable. The checks create device nodes in the temp directory. Test will fail if temp is mounted with a no dev option. Oh, the test needs to be integrated. Okay, so that's what that did there. So we can install it, the looks of it, with that command. And system D units as well. Sorry. Command explanations. Default configuration still references the obsolete var lock directory. This creates a deadlock at boot time, so change this as the root user. Okay, and also they haven't given information about remounting temp as no dev, so let's put that back. Sudo, and I just wonder what system D units were installed. System CTL. Let's try LVM2. No. Where were these? System. Was it lib? System D, right? So, is there anything there that looks like what we would want? Yeah, not sure what it was called. There's nothing called volume. Okay, we'll just have to assume that that will start up at boot time. So that's LLVM2 installed. So that needs a reinstall, doesn't it, I think? After there was something else. What was it now? Parted, was it? Right, oh yes, basically I think when all these options are, yeah, so basically when the dependencies, so that's BT RFS and parted and kernel options are installed. I think that was right. I'll just check that. I thought there was. So device drivers, block devices, RAM support is there, multiple devices, device mapper, crypt target, snapshot target, thin provisioning cache, mirror target, 0. Alright, they are all in there, so that wasn't the reason. Test what kernels are needed. Right, yeah, the kernel. If the optional packages or their kernel options are not installed, the test will be flagged. Yeah, so that was the reason why. Because there was checks for kernel options for BTRFS, and well, I think parted needs to be reinstalled after LVM. So what have we got left to do here? There's still a few bits. That's ready to. Oh, past PW quality maybe. So it looks like there's some there still. Right, I think I'm going to rebuild the kernel, reboot, and carry on like that. So I'll need to make a copy of the, let's get rid of that window, of the bookmarks I've got so far. Is there anything I can delete here? I think glycin's been done. Yeah, that can go. Pixman. Pixman's been reinstalled. Graphite. Oh, that's one to rebuild after Doxygen and Text Live, so I'll leave that there for the moment. In fact, I could do that now, to be quite honest. Gets that one out of the way. New tab. And bookmarks. So, Graphite 2. So, let's expand this. So remove some tests because we haven't got font tools installed. Fix for a new version of CMake and also for GCC 15. Install Graphite. I'll bother with a verbose. So make the docs. So that's the documents done. Let's run some tests. And there's one failure, but that's known about. So install. And install the documentation that we've just created as well. Cannot find GTF. Right, so I'm not sure why that hasn't copied or created, but at least we've got the manual part which has been copied. So sorry, the HTML part. It's the PDFs that haven't been created for some reason. Okay, so that's done. I've just noticed it needs a graphite font. So, oh crikey, is that supposed to be that small? Right, I can't just about see that. Graphite fonts. Simple. Oh yes, did I install this as a simple font here? Let's have a look at the user share fonts. Yes, I did install one, so that's okay. I thought I hadn't done that. So that's graphite done. And I'll add that in. So I've just also noticed a few packages before graphite was first built that XCB util has got a rebuild after Doxygen, so I may as well do that one as well. That won't take too long. So I'll just put this graphite back in. And that's reinstalled. If I can find it, there it is there. Right, yes, XCB util, so let's look at that one next. XCB util. Right, dash. Okay, so let's double check this xorg variable. We should have it. Oops, spell it right. Yep. Okay, that's built. Install it. It's found Doxygen as well, so that shows that it is going to use it. And somewhere I hope there would be some documentation. Can't really actually see anything specific there, but it did find it, so I assume it's done something. So So that's XCB util done. Mark that as built or rebuilt. So reinstalled. Okay, so I'm going to take a copy of these. I'll put them in the document here. So that's Graphite 2 done. Because I want to manage the order that they're in. So that's LLVM. I'll close that. So then crypt setup. Libblock dev. And unfortunately, of course, it means I'm going to lose all the highlights again for the links. Right, so that's the order. Save them. Close that. Close that. Okay. So I'll come out of this, sudo reboot, and hopefully those loopback devices will be got. Well, they should be gone because I think they're just virtual, something virtual. So it's just rebooting now. Right, didn't see any errors there at all. Right, looks like that got interrupted by the kernel probably. Just look at dmessage, see if there's anything there. No, I think we do smart CTL. Sudo smart CTL. No, systemd, sorry. CTL. System CTL. And it shows us any problems here. Everything's loaded active. Pass all to see loaded but inactive. So yeah, there's no errors there at all. That's the main thing. So let's go back into the graphical environment. And we need to get the BLFS URLs. So I'll start with the main book. So we've got an index to work from. And I'll paste these all back in. Oh, didn't want to do that. Was it Control W? Was it T? Control T. That'll be a bit quicker. then new window, yeah, new window. Put this back in. And go back here. And just check the directories, see what I've forgotten to tidy up. So BTRFS progs. Yeah, I was going to do the compiling, wasn't I? That's the reason for rebooting. Oh dear. Right, I think I'll do that later now then, rather than reboot. I'll get some more builds done. Is it going to affect anything else? Shouldn't do. So I'll get rid of this and I'll carry on. Let's do low setup. Yeah, there's nothing left there now, so that reboot fixed that. Yeah, I'll do the compiling in a short while, I think. Right, so LVM we've done. Popped we've got. Let's check these all again. ASCII Doctor. Doctor. No, we haven't got that one. Requires Ruby, which we've got. Is it RB? Yep. So let's fetch this. When building this package, the following message may appear. Alright, okay. So build the Ruby gem. That's done. Testing as many Ruby gems beyond the scope of BLFS, so looks like we install this. And install a man page, and that's done. So it's ASCII Doctor. So let's close that. Then we've got PW quality. Yeah, we've installed that one then, haven't we? libpw. Yep. Right, so we can build crypt setup. Let's check the kernel settings. Right, mod probe configs. So the first one's set. Yeah, we've checked these already. DM crypt. DM crypt. set to module, crypto, set that sort. Well, there's loads there. Yes, that's set. AES is a module. Toothfish is a module. XTS is set. SHA-256 is set. And crypto user API SK cipher is set as well. So they're all set. So let's fetch that. I don't think I did get it, did I? So what we've got here is regeneration memory. No, even if this switch is used, the pre-generated man pages are shipped in the tarball and they'll be installed. Oh, I see. So it's not a case of disabling the installation of the man page, it's just disabling of the creation of them. And either way, you'll get the man pages. So let's create our own. Oops. SSH token. And build. Okay, and we can make check as the root. And it says some tests will fail if appropriate kernel configuration options are not set. And it says some additional ones there. I would take a very good educated guess that they are set from what I saw because of the way the kernel's been configured. So I wouldn't expect too many failures. Okay, that's all run. We've got no failures, so that's good. Let's now install, and that's crypt setup done. Configuring's beyond the scope of the book, so let's tidy that up and add it to the spreadsheet. Crypt setup. So that's done. There wasn't anything else to do. That was there. No. So libblock dev next. So we've got to carry on going along here now. So key utils. We haven't got that one. LSB tools. No, I haven't got that one either. So let's fetch this. Right, capital letters. So build it and install it. And remove a file that should not be installed as the root, and or remove it as the root rather, and remove 2 scripts as well. The configuration for this package was done in BLFS. The file etc.lsp release should already exist. So I think if we run this, it should output some stuff. It doesn't work. Right, LSB minus A. Yeah, that's better. So that's what that tool does. So LSB tools. Save that. Shut that down and tidy up. Key utils. Right, we need to check some kernel settings here. Right. So let's look for big keys next. So that's not been set, so we need to change that. And key DH operations, that's set. Might be best for me to go into the kernel and do these. So security options, enable access key retention support. Oh right, that's that one there, so that's set. Large payload keys. Right, this could be another one that's hidden, and that's why we didn't see it. So let's look up big keys. And yes, you'll notice a shortcut hasn't gone to the setting. So there must be a good reason why that's not available. So if I press 1, we'll just come back to this menu. So what's the next one? Key DH operations. That one there. So that's set. Cryptographic API. Obviously set. Public key cryptography. RSA is set. Hashes digest and max. The crypto SHA-1, that's set, as well as some others. Asymmetric public key cryptography key type. Subtype is set. If not built into the kernel, the trusted keyring won't show up. Building it as a module won't work. Okay. So X509 certificate pass-through set. Certificates for signature checking. Trusted keyring. Provide system of trusted keys. Oh right, yes, it's forced on. Okay. Provide a keyring to which extra trustful keys may be added. So we need to set that one. And provide a system-wide ring of blacklisted keys. So we'll set that one as well. So we're going to have to build the kernel for that lot. So it may be a case that we need to rebuild this depending on what tests are required. So let's now fetch this. So build it, and as the root user install, and run make test. Okay, yeah, we've got a failure there, so I think I'm going to have to rebuild the kernel and come back and have another go at this one. So I'll tidy it up, and I'm going to have to remove libblock dev crypt setup. We did, didn't we? Yeah, so I can remove that one. And I'll insert key utils at that point. Let's just write that for the moment. So I'll have to become root again. Let's have a quick look, see if there's any other of these that need some kernel settings. We can do them all in one go. Looks like it might be high enough up the tree there. There's nothing for that one. NVMe. Well, we've got stuff in the kernel obviously for NVMe because that's what we're running on. Right, this might be the last one, hopefully. So I need to dig out the URL for building the Raspberry Pi kernel, which I'll just have to find in my notes. Yeah, this is it here. So let's get a new tab. HTTP colon. Hopefully this web page will work as well. Otherwise, I'll have to read it off another screen. raspberrypi.com/documentation computers Linux. Is that dash kernel.html? Right, it's going to be HTTPS. DNS can't resolve. I assume the internet's still working. Let's try that one. Yeah, that's worked. Not found. Oh, of course it hasn't. Yeah. www.raspberrypi.com documentation computers Linux. Let's see if it's an underscore off written down there. No, right, let me look on another browser. Right, https www.raspberrypi.com. Right, it's definitely an underscore. So I'm not sure why that's not working. Let's try once more. Let's try the main website. So that's all right. So documentation computers. Does that work? That works. Maybe it's just a hiccup in the internet. Linux underscore kernel.html. Okay, just one of those things then. Right, so we've got to export this. I wonder if I should make this permanent actually. Yeah. etc profile dot d how do these look? Let's try the env. I've got the env one, haven't I? I forgot about that. So I could add it here actually. Export kernel equals kernel underscore 2712. So if I source etc profile echo dollar kernel, right, so that's set. So all I need to do is skip that bit. Don't need to do that bit. So this is the bit I need to do, is to rebuild it. Okay, so that's done. So let's mount the boot firmware and install any new modules. Okay, let's have a look, see what's in boot firmware. Right, let's see which kernel I've got active at the moment. So cat config.txt. So I've got the one that says plus DRM after it, which is that one there. So I think what I'll do is I'll copy the new kernel to the same name, but add on what's this to do with? LVM and crypto stuff, I think, wasn't it? In fact, to be quite honest, I could switch back to the one without the DRM indicator, i.e. the original one. Do I want to do that? No, let's stick with DRM plus LVM plus crypto. And then I presume this won't have changed. Let's have a look. That's still got April the 15th, so nothing has been updated since I built this kernel. Let's count that. That's 20. Oops. Yes, that's 25. If I do the same for boot firmware, there's 25. And they've also got April 15th. So I don't think I need to bother with that. Actually, I guess I could do. There's no harm in doing it. Then it's just easier to do, isn't it? Same with the overlays. And then I need to copy the system.map to boot firmware. Like I said, I presume this is not really needed because it's not mentioned in the book, in the instructions, but I'll do it out of habit more than anything else. And for consistency, copy the config file into boot firmware. Config kernel plus LVM crypto, and then the last thing I need to do is to change the config.txt so it uses this kernel image, and you can see it's just slightly larger. And if you'd been able to tell, there would have been more kernel modules built as well. So edit the boot config, firmware config .txt, and right, we're not using the one DRM, we're using the original one. I'm glad I didn't overwrite that then. Not required, so that could actually be removed then. So modules included for LVM2, MTFS and crypto stuff. So kernel equals, so I'm going to rename it so it doesn't include the DRM. Oh no, actually, have I been getting problems with DRM issues? Is that why? I don't know. No, these are different drivers, aren't they? No, right, okay. So that's that. So I need to move. Let's push the boot firmware. Save me, keep typing the path in. Right, so mv kernel plus DRM plus that to kernel plus DRM plus that. So I'll get rid of that bit. Move the system.map to same without DRM, and move the config to the same without DRM. Right. So the kernel I'll be booting is this one here. And I think I'm going to make a directory called don't use, for example, and move this to ls*drm. Yeah, move those files into that don't use. And I've just remembered that the config.txt, I need to comment out that kernel so that it reads this one here. So I think that is all that's needed. So I'm going to bookmark this just in case I need it. There's a good chance that I will do. How do I bookmark this again? File. Save, that's it. No, that's not it. Home realize bookmark tools. Can't remember how to do this now. Right click. Oh yeah, that's it. So if I go to the bookmarks, yep, that's it there now. So just double check the URLs I've got. So I've got key utils, libblock dev, udisks2, gvfs, totem parser, local search. Right. So let's quit that. Quit that. And log out. And log out of that and reboot. Okay, we've booted, and let's do a login and uname -a. So yeah, it's built today's date. So that's okay. We're using the new kernel. So let's get rid of that. Expand this again. Right, get the BLFS book open again. And go back to, I'll just pick these off one at a time, I think. So back to key utils. So we should have all those set. So hopefully the tests will work a bit better. So make to build it. Now rerun the tests. That's the root user. Sorry, that's a installation, I beg pardon. So now we can rerun the tests. Right, so yes, that actually managed to finish this time, and doesn't seem to be any errors here. Oh, we've got run test sh fail command not found. Oh right, okay. That's a bit weird. Run test. Yeah, that's not there. Oh, right, okay. The test is known to fail once it attempts to add user-generated keys to the keyring, and looks like that's what it's doing there. So that's obviously a problem with the implementation itself, but apart from that, that's all done, so we can tidy that up. There wasn't any failures like there was last time, that's the key thing. So that's been added to the book. I'll remove, no, I won't remove that, I'll just overwrite a new URL. Let's bring this back, delete that. And what I'm going to do now is to rebuild BTRFS and parted and then LVM, and then carry on with this hierarchy of packages to wrap things up like that, bring them all back in. So let's save that. Back here. So what I want to do is, I will get rid of this, is to go for BTRFS first. And expand it. So disable documentation. Right, okay, so we'll leave that off. Oh yes, did I think I was going to just test this. I can't remember now. BTRFS. I think I might have left the directory there. Right, I'll start again. Right, so start again. Make to compile. And make this extra tool. Now remove 3 tests that are known to fail as root. And what I'll do is I'll run each of these tests as the root user, just so I can see what the results are rather than just having whiz off the screen. So I'll push the tests and then, as I say, run each of these scripts one by one. So that's failed again, unfortunately. Bad superblock on loop 0. Message. Oh yeah, I was looking this up, and it said it may. Well, a couple of pages suggested that this error may be something to do with incompatibility with the kernel. So whether that it's this, I think there's one of these options that wasn't set. Was it this one? Or something else is interfering. So I'm not going to worry about that one too much. So let's try the next one. Okay, that looks okay. So let's try the next one. CNI test.sh. Okay, that's not there, that one. Oh, I've left the leading full stop off of it. That's better. Right, that looks okay. Okay, so that's finished. Let's do the next one. Right, so there's one failure there. Doesn't really say what it was. So let's just try the last one. Right, so that's complete. So overall, there was 2 failures. As I say, if it's something you need to use an angle, you might want to investigate that a bit closer. But I think for these purposes, it's only a optional dependency. I think for LVM. So I'm not going to be too concerned about that. So let's reinstall. Oh, we've got pop D, haven't we? Reinstall that. And that's it. So let's see if low setup shows any outstanding loop devices. Yeah, it's the same 4 there. So let's see if we can actually delete them. I could do -D, wasn't it? It said capital D. No, it's not removing them again. So I don't know why they are hanging there, or what else I can do about that. There may be some hidden option or something special about them, and that's the reason why they won't remove. It's a bit unusual. So it probably means that the BLFS directory won't, sorry, not BLFS, BTRFS directory won't delete again. Yeah, permission denied. Let's do it as root. Yeah, there's still, looks like that subdirectory won't remove, which is a bit unfortunate. So that'll only go after a reboot, and the only time we can get rid of that. So I've updated the spreadsheet to say that's been reinstalled. The next one I want to do is parted. So let's do that. Is that here? Yes, it is. So let's go through all this again. What's any other options? Disable. Right, so we're not going to add the disabled device mapper this time because we've got LVM2 available. So this should identify it. Right, I didn't notice it go past. It's hard to see. There's so much information there. But I think the thing is to assume that it has picked it up, as there is a switch to disable it. Just scanning down as best as I can to see if I can see it. Yeah, I can't. Maybe we'll see something as it's building. Right, well, there wasn't much there anyway. So let's rebuild the documentation and the PDF and PostScript, rebuild it again. Like I say, probably think that, oh, the documentation wouldn't change, but you never know. If you've enabled another option, there might be another section or chapter or additional file or something that gets built because of that extra functionality. So I think it's worth doing, especially when it's as quick as that. So now let's run the tests. So there's still a few skips there. Oh, it's a failure as well now, which we didn't get before. That's interesting. So it doesn't like something that we've done. Oh, run it as root user. I've just noticed. Oh no, that's right, we are doing it. sudo make check. Yeah, we are doing it. Right, okay. Yes, I don't know why they're failing. Okay, that's quite a nasty result, actually. I'm not really sure what to do about that. Is there a test? I can't make head or tail of what this is saying. I don't even know if it's anything to do with that. Those devices are still hooked up to the loop devices. I'm tempted to reboot again just to get rid of them. Yeah, I might do that and possibly rebuild this. So I'll save that. I'll quit this. And reboot. Right, let's have another go. Oh, what happened there? What did I do there? Not sure what happened there. source is BLFS. Let's try running the tests immediately, see if it's any different, and if it isn't, I'll rebuild this. No, it doesn't look any different at all. Right, there isn't any loop devices hanging in this, so I'm going to abandon this and try to rebuild it again. So I'll put all this in. And if the tests come out bad again, because I've got to build it with LVM, I might build LVM2 next. Rebuild that. Okay, let's do the PDF documentation again. And then what I'll do is I'll become root, I think. See if that has any bearing on things. So make check, see what happens now. No, looks like we're still going to get the same problem, yeah. So it seems because I've added in LVM, that seems to be the problem. If I rebuild it without LVM, let's see how it behaves then. Oh, yeah, I wanted to disable the LVM, didn't I? So configure and add in disable device mapper. Okay, let's build it. Oh, what's going on here? Did I not put, I didn't put the, no, I didn't put the set in, did I? Right, must be time for another break. Right. Do that, then the configure. Then build it. Do the documentation, and then as root, run the checks. Let's see how this runs this time. Right, it's still failing, so that's interesting. So it's not anything to do with LVM, so it's got to be the kernel options that I've introduced that's causing these problems. There's only a couple of changes, I think. I think a lot of it was just checked. Right, in that case, I think what I want to do is leave this as it is, because the version I'll have installed is better, because it would have, well, certainly there was no failures. And I haven't got it installed. Is it, yes, I have, yeah. Unless those tests were skipped, of course, in which case we'd never know whether they would have passed or not. So I think I'll have a go. Well, I've got it down to rebuild LVM2. I'll do that first, I think, and then I might come back and have another go at this, but I don't hold out much hope for it improving, although we never know.